Me gusta la movilidad de BIENALSUR, ¿no? Creo que es un proyecto colaborativo.
A different way of thinking and a different way of building things.
And it is also a unifying vision. It's not just a city initiative.
Je crois que le succès de cet événement montre qu'il y a une aspiration plus grande qu'autrefois à goûter la création, a aimer l'art.
Es una propuesta también territorial y probablemente contrahegemónica.
Lo que me permitió BIENALSUR fue expandir los límites de ese proyecto hasta lugares que yo no había dimensionado.
Estamos hablando de las ciudades más importantes del mundo, como los barrios más periféricos, paisajes antagónicos.
É uma Bienal do mundo.
Nos vemos bien al sur.
¿Por qué BIENALSUR? Porque me parece un proyecto extraordinario, maravilloso, que es democrático.
Un laboratorio de ideas, una usina y que tenga como objetivo principal bajar el nivel de miedo y multiplicar el nivel de entusiasmo.
Hay que elegir esta idea de estar desorientado, de tener una nueva mirada del mundo que hace que el mundo nos pertenezca.
Es una especie de Babel. Creo que no busca tener una forma muy concreta que se le imponga a las cosas, sino que está todo el tiempo en transformación, queriendo entender el mundo.
Because sometimes you want to strive to create an art piece that has the opportunity to travel and speak to the world.
Yo al menos siento una afinidad por todos los sures del planeta, ¿no? Y una bienal que se llama BIENALSUR me parece que tiene todas las simpatías.
Una cosa increíble que tiene BIENALSUR es que abre un open call, una convocatoria, entonces es un proceso muy democrático, es una bienal muy reconocida a todo el mundo.
BIENALSUR es, para muchos artistas, es la posibilidad de concretar proyectos muy grandes.
It's very unique, very distinguished, the concept of doing a biennale in different city of the world at the same time.
Así que para recomendar una bienal a alguien diría que intenta subvertir el concepto de bienal.
Pero hay algo que hay que agregarle a esto, que me parece que la verdadera solución es esto, el corazón, ¿sí? Esto es lo que hace que la humanidad pueda lograr un montón de cosas.
Tuve el placer di partecipare a varie convocatorias di BIENALSUR.
Il mio lavoro nella BIENALSUR mi sembra che abbia avuto una grande accettazione. Il mio lavoro chiaramente è un lavoro che coinvolge gli spettatori, coinvolge la società ed è quello che la Biennale vuole.
Je pense que c'est une initiative excellente, original, qui se différencie par rapport à tous les autres biennales.
Que demuestra que una vez más el arte trasciende fronteras a veces impuestas por ideologías, religiones, el arte supera.
Está hablando justamente de esta intención de abrir fronteras, si se quiere, y de que haya un intercambio más fluido.
Creo que en ese sentido es interesante cuando uno interviene como para cambiar esa perspectiva del mundo.
In 2023, I responded to an open call by BIENALSUR, which was a very rewarding experience for me.
Para mí fue una experiencia muy enriquecedora y me permitió poder realizar un proyecto que venía investigando desde hacía un tiempo.
How the people will be touched by the different pieces, yeah.
Tengo el orgullo de que me hayan invitado aquí a la Biennale. Para mí es un honor.
Et BIENALSUR, ils nous ont extrêmement aidés parce qu'on a une équipe, des gens qui ont travaillé pour nous avant de préparer cette expédition.
Y forme parte de esta experiencia colectiva que ha sin duda marcado un antes y después en la historia cultural del planeta.
Es interesante el format de BIENALSUR, delocalizado, no jerárquico como todas las otras bienales y centrada en el sur.
es algo totalmente distinto en el sentido en que es una bienal que tiene una dimensión inédita, mundial, se extiende en los distintos continentes.
Yo siento que si hay una propuesta honesta, si una propuesta, digamos, que tenga un lenguaje contemporáneo, yo siento que podemos tumbar esas barreras, ¿no?
En fait, je crois que le rôle de l'artiste est toujours à peu près le même et les questions que l'on pose sont toujours les mêmes. Donc moi, je pose des questions qui ont été posées depuis le début de l'humanité.
En el marco de BIENALSUR.
Me gusta la movilidad de BIENALSUR, ¿no? Creo que es un proyecto colaborativo.
A different way of thinking and a different way of building things.
And it is also a unifying vision. It's not just a city initiative.
Je crois que le succès de cet événement montre qu'il y a une aspiration plus grande qu'autrefois à goûter la création, a aimer l'art.
Es una propuesta también territorial y probablemente contrahegemónica.
Lo que me permitió BIENALSUR fue expandir los límites de ese proyecto hasta lugares que yo no había dimensionado.
Estamos hablando de las ciudades más importantes del mundo, como los barrios más periféricos, paisajes antagónicos.
Es una bienal del mundo.
Nos vemos BIENALSUR.
¿Por qué BIENALSUR? Porque me parece un proyecto extraordinario, maravilloso, que es democrático.
Un laboratorio de ideas, una usina y que tenga como objetivo principal bajar el nivel de miedo y multiplicar el nivel de entusiasmo.
Hay que elegir esta idea de estar desorientado, de tener una nueva mirada del mundo que hace que el mundo nos pertenezca.
Es una especie de Babel, creo que no busca tener una forma muy concreta que se le imponga a las cosas, sino que está todo el tiempo en transformación queriendo entender el mundo.
Because sometimes you want to strive to create an art piece that has the opportunity to travel and speak to the world.
Yo al menos siento una afinidad por todos los sures del planeta, ¿no? Y una bienal que se llama BIENALSUR me parece que tiene todas las simpatías.
Una cosa increíble que tiene BIENALSUR es que abre un open call, una convocatoria, entonces es un proceso muy democrático, es una bienal muy reconocida a todo el mundo.
BIENALSUR es, para muchos artistas, es la posibilidad de concretar proyectos muy grandes.
It's very unique, very distinguished, the concept of doing a biennale in different cities of the world at the same time.
Así que para recomendar una bienal a alguien diría que intenta subvertir el concepto de bienal.
Pero hay algo que hay que agregarle a esto, que me parece que la verdadera solución es esto, el corazón, ¿sí? Esto es lo que hace que la humanidad pueda lograr un montón de cosas.
Tuve el placer de partecipare a varias convocatorias di BIENALSUR.
Il mio lavoro nella BIENALSUR mi sembra che abbia avuto una grande accettazione. Il mio lavoro chiaramente è un lavoro che coinvolge gli spettatori, coinvolge la società ed è quello che la Biennale vuole.
Je pense que c'est une initiative excellente, original, qui se différencie par rapport à tous les autres biennales.
Que demuestra que una vez más el arte trasciende fronteras a veces impuestas por ideologías, religiones, el arte supera.
Está hablando justamente de esta intención de abrir fronteras, si se quiere, y de que haya un intercambio más fluido.
Creo que en ese sentido es interesante cuando uno interviene como para cambiar esa perspectiva de mundo.
In 2023, I respond to an open call by BIENALSUR, which was a very rewarding experience for me.
Para mí fue una experiencia muy enriquecedora y me permitió poder realizar un proyecto que venía investigando desde hacía un tiempo.
How the people will be touched by the different pieces, yeah.
Tengo el orgullo de que me hayan invitado aquí a la Bienal. Para mí es un honor.
Et BIENALSUR, ils nous ont extrêmement aidés parce qu'on a une équipe, des gens qui ont travaillé pour nous avant de préparer cette expédition.
Y forme parte de esta experiencia colectiva que ha sin duda marcado un antes y después en la historia cultural del planeta.
Es interesante el format de BIENALSUR, delocalizado, no jerárquico como todas las otras bienales y centrada en el sur.
Es algo totalmente distinto en el sentido en que es una bienal que tiene una dimensión inédita, mundial, se extiende en los distintos continentes.
Yo siento que si hay una propuesta honesta, si hay una propuesta, digamos, que tenga un lenguaje contemporáneo, yo siento que podemos tumbar esas barreras, ¿no?
En fait, je crois que le rôle de l'artiste est toujours à peu près le même et les questions que l'on pose sont toujours les mêmes. Donc moi, je pose des questions qui ont été posées depuis le début de l'humanité.
En el marco de BIENALSUR.
Me gusta la movilidad de BIENALSUR, ¿no? Creo que es un proyecto colaborativo.
A different way of thinking and a different way of building things.
And it is also a unifying vision. It's not just a city initiative.
Je crois que le succès de cet événement montre qu'il y a une aspiration plus grande qu'autrefois à goûter la création, a aimer l'art.
Es una propuesta también territorial y probablemente contrahegemónica.
Lo que me permitió BIENALSUR fue expandir los límites de ese proyecto hasta lugares que yo no había dimensionado.
Estamos hablando de las ciudades más importantes del mundo, como los barrios más periféricos, paisajes antagónicos.
É uma Bienal do mundo.
Nos vemos BIENALSUR.
¿Por qué BIENALSUR? Porque me parece un proyecto extraordinario, maravilloso, que es democrático.
Un laboratorio de ideas, una usina y que tenga como objetivo principal bajar el nivel de miedo y multiplicar el nivel de entusiasmo.
Hay que elegir esta idea de estar desorientado, de tener una nueva mirada del mundo que hace que el mundo nos pertenezca.
Es una especie de Babel, creo que no busca tener una forma muy concreta que se le imponga a las cosas, sino que está todo el tiempo en transformación queriendo entender el mundo.
Because sometimes you want to strive to create an art piece that has the opportunity to travel and speak to the world.
Yo al menos siento una afinidad por todos los sures del planeta, ¿no? Y una bienal que se llama BIENALSUR me parece que tiene todas las simpatías.
Una cosa increíble que tiene BIENALSUR es que abre un open call, una convocatoria, entonces es un proceso muy democrático, es una bienal muy reconocida a todo el mundo.
BIENALSUR es, para muchos artistas, es la posibilidad de concretar proyectos muy grandes.
It's very unique, very distinguished, the concept of doing a biennale in a different city of the world at the same time.
Así que para recomendar una bienal a alguien diría que intenta subvertir el concepto de bienal.
Pero hay algo que hay que agregarle a esto, que me parece que la verdadera solución es esto, el corazón, ¿sí? Esto es lo que hace que la humanidad pueda lograr un montón de cosas.
Tuve el placer de partecipare a varias convocatorias di BIENALSUR.
Il mio lavoro nella BIENALSUR mi sembra che abbia avuto una grande accettazione. Il mio lavoro chiaramente è un lavoro che coinvolge gli spettatori, coinvolge la società ed è quello che la Biennale vuole.
Je pense que c'est une initiative excellente, original, qui se différencie par rapport à tous les autres biennales.
Que demuestra que una vez más el arte trasciende fronteras a veces impuestas por ideologías, religiones, el arte supera.
Está hablando justamente de esta intención de abrir fronteras, si se quiere, y de que haya un intercambio más fluido.
Creo que en ese sentido es interesante cuando uno interviene como para cambiar esa perspectiva de mundo.
In 2023, I responded to an open call by BIENALSUR, which was a very rewarding experience for me.
Para mí fue una experiencia muy enriquecedora y me permitió poder realizar un proyecto que venía investigando desde hacía un tiempo.
How the people will be touched by the different pieces, yeah.
Tengo el orgullo de que me hayan invitado aquí a la Bienal. Para mí es un honor.
Et BIENALSUR, ils nous ont extrêmement aidés parce qu'on a une équipe des gens qui ont travaillé pour nous avant de préparer cette expédition. Y forme parte de esta experiencia colectiva que ha sin duda marcado un antes y después en la historia cultural del planeta.
Es interesante el format de BIENALSUR, delocalizado, no jerárquico como todas las otras bienales y centrada en el sur.
Es algo totalmente distinto en el sentido en que es una bienal que tiene una dimensión inédita, mundial, se extiende en los distintos continentes.
Yo siento que si hay una propuesta honesta, si hay una propuesta, digamos, que tenga un lenguaje contemporáneo, yo siento que podemos tumbar esas barreras, ¿no?
En fait, je crois que le rôle de l'artiste est toujours à peu près le même et les questions que l'on pose sont toujours les mêmes. Donc moi, je pose des questions qui ont été posées depuis le début de l'humanité.
En el marco de BIENALSUR.
Me gusta la movilidad de BIENALSUR, ¿no? Creo que es un proyecto colaborativo.
A different way of thinking and a different way of building things.
And it is also a unifying vision. It's not just a city initiative.
Je crois que le succès de cet événement montre qu'il y a une aspiration plus grande qu'autrefois à goûter la création, a aimer l'art.
Es una propuesta también territorial y probablemente contrahegemónica.
Lo que me permitió BIENALSUR fue expandir los límites de ese proyecto hasta lugares que yo no había dimensionado.
Estamos hablando de las ciudades más importantes del mundo, como los barrios más periféricos, paisajes antagónicos.
É uma Bienal do mundo.
Nos vemos bien al sur.
¿Por qué BIENALSUR? Porque me parece un proyecto extraordinario, maravilloso, que es democrático.
Un laboratorio de ideas, una usina y que tenga como objetivo principal bajar el nivel de miedo y multiplicar el nivel de entusiasmo.
Hay que elegir esta idea de estar desorientado, de tener una nueva mirada del mundo que hace que el mundo nos pertenezca.
Es una especie de Babel. Creo que no busca tener una forma muy concreta que se le imponga a las cosas, sino que está todo el tiempo en transformación, queriendo entender el mundo.
Because sometimes you want to strive to create an art piece that has the opportunity to travel and speak to the world.
Yo al menos siento una afinidad por todos los sures del planeta, ¿no? Y una bienal que se llama BIENALSUR me parece que tiene todas las simpatías.
we're making some proposals that will sound familiar to you because of where we stand today. Thank you, Diana. So, we were watching this morning the first opening session of that Global South meeting, and we realized we're so coherent with our ideas. That's why so many people follow us, I guess, online and virtually, because we were not proposing anything impossible at that time. We were proposing to revolutionize contemporary art world. We wanted to do something unprecedented, something not related to art trade, something that would run simultaneously in many countries. We didn't want to copycat other biennials, not even the biennial of Vain. But you see, what we proposed was to do something special from Argentina, but that something that would seem familiar to us in the south of the world. And I think we met our objective gradually with time. And most importantly, as we reviewed that first opening meeting, we realized that we're very coherent with our ideas. I'm not going to say that we're always sensible, but at least we were coherent on that. And because this is a dialogue, let me remind you that there was something that relates to these 2 days that we come together. Today we call on this meeting, today and tomorrow, to build from uncertainty, we call it, so that we can all contribute to the development of contemporary humanism, where we can all as artists find support. And you're all invited to this, because back then the world state was different, and we were surprised to see in the opening comments of Aníbal in 2015, he said, there are no borders in this world. Cross-border issues are disappearing, but they have not disappeared. At that time there were no wars, or at least they were highly localized. And now we have large, persistent locations of war, like Ukraine. And we have too a president in the US that is willing to do anything to benefit his country and his class, the top socio-economic class of the US. So what we said then is more relevant now than ever. And a contemporary art biennial may not change the world, but we believe that working on this, we're making our small contribution to make the world better. This is not a localized project. This is a global project with 31 countries replicating it. The project has been so successful that we constantly receive offers from institutions from different countries, offers to participate in our biennial. That makes us really proud, and it is also a concern, because if I agree with an institution from a given country to work together, the institution has to conceive of the project, think of it, adapt it, turn it into existence, we would say. So in this opening session, we just above all want to say that we thank everyone at the BIENALSUR team, who on Sundays, Saturdays, every day of the week answer the phone, and it's us calling them, telling them, will meet you at Juncal. We call them and they are there to respond. Thank you so much. Thanks to that small team, we have managed to do so much, and so much more will come in the future. Thank you, Liliana, Fernando, Florencia, Clarissa. I don't want to forget anyone. Malena, Juliet. Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt, but there's part of our team that's not based here. Some are based in Spain, Saudi Arabia. They're all now watching us through the streaming. So to the local team and global team, thank you so much, because thanks to your effort, this is a reality. I want to thank those present here in the room and those of us joining us through the streaming. Thanks to our guests who've accepted to travel south this time. I know the trip is long and complex. And now going back to one of the topics in the agenda, the New World Logic. In the 90s, the globalization discourse made us think that moving around the world was just like cycling around, but that's not the case. The further we expand our geography, the more we understand how hard it is to walk around the world, because we cover all territories in our planet. And that happens for many reasons. And since after the pandemic, things have become more apparent. There are many gaps and cracks in our culture. Socializing practices have been lost, unfortunately. So BIENALSUR may be here to heal some of that. We who are connected to culture and art should be working on that. So I want to thank those of you who had to apply for a visa, sometimes more than one. We learned that some countries require even 2 visas to be able to travel from one place to the next. So it seems that the world does not belong to us, that there are first and second class citizens. And from the world of culture, having and not having access to circulating around the world, why we support so much the rights to access. It's not access just to a project. It's also access to move around, to circulate freely around the world. Of course, and to add to our thank you list, because we are always asking for favors from embassies and international organizations, I want to thank many of the embassies in Argentina. And I want to thank the ambassador of South Africa for joining us here in the room. So now, yes, let's start with this unruly marathon known as BIENALSUR. The first panel will be coordinated by Florencia Batiti. Here on the floor, the rest of the participants will be joining us from their office. Translation will continue as usual, and the Q&A will be managed by Florencia.
Bueno, buenas tardes, bienvenidos.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Allow me to sit comfortably here. Thank you. The first panel makes proposals. A proposal to reflect on how artistic and curatorial practices envision their audiences. BIENALSUR proposes a special format, betting on horizontal dialogue with artists and institutions. Its geography covers all territories, and it invites to reflect what dynamics are used in artistic and curatorial methodologies of our speakers. What audiences are addressed? What audience do they envision for their projects and programs? How do they expect audience to receive their proposals? Certainly, the considerations of our guests will have differing impacts on us because we all come from different social and political backgrounds. Even though the three of the speakers come from Europe, but if we are to consider that art is an emancipation tool to break thinking patterns and question the world as it is, the idea today is to see how they deal with the uncertain context we find currently. Social media, means of communication seem to strengthen hegemonous thinking. So what strategies do they apply in their artistic projects to be disruptive with art so that they have a deep impact in their communities and societies? So after this brief introduction, let me introduce you to our speakers. First, Xavier Rey. He's the director of the Pompidou Center since 2001. He studied at the Higher School of Paris and the Higher School of Commercial Studies. He studied art and management, public management. He started his career as a curator at the d'Orsay Museum and directed museums at Marseille. Then we will welcome Lauriane Greencourt from France. She's a curator, director of Salvatoire's of Frax Occitanie Museum at Toulouse since 2024, studied at Louvre. She has researched on artistic body performances, directed projects in Mayol Museum and in Carmignac. She's a senior curator at the Cartier Museum for Contemporary Art. And the third speaker today is Lukasz Murzan from Poland, artist and curator, professor at one university at Krakow, head of research of art and metaphysics. Lukasz has put together performances and installations questioning the media with a civilizational crisis and cultural crisis, articulating art with religious topics. So first we will listen to Xavier Rey. I've been told that he has some engagement to attend to later on, so he will present first.
Bonjour à tous, j'espère que vous m'entendez bien. Je voudrais d'abord m'excuser de
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. First, I would like to apologize for not speaking Spanish. I was allowed to speak French in front of you all, so I hope you apologize me for it. I would like to thank Aníbal and Diana and Biennial South for the invitation. Congratulations for the initiative. It gathers us all around art and culture with a positivist viewpoint of the world, a troubled world. So I'm pleased to come together with you all, bringing people from the four corners of the world to find consensus. My presentation today is part of a roundtable devoted to new curatorial practices, current practices. Very well, allow me to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Yes, we can see it. Perfect, then. Thank you so much. Now, to explore the theme of new curatorial art practices and their audiences, I think I must first speak of the current state. A reflection we developed at Pompidou Center. Our center will soon start some repair work because the building is getting old, and this building started in inaugurated in 1977, has been visited by so many people that it's wearing down, and we now need to update it to fit new sources of energy. So construction work will start at our museum because we need to protect it against fire. We know that the construction modality was unprecedented in the building, but we now need to reduce its energy consumption because it was not built as an energy efficient building back then. So let me reflect on Pompidou Center, what happens within its walls, bringing together people and works of art. A place for all people was the motto of one of the builders. At the time, it revolutionized the concept of museum. The modern arts museum that I manage within Pompidou Center existed even before the center was built. It was at Palais de Tokyo. It still exists in Paris. Our museum is now, and back then it was too, integrated to deploy all types of art. It deploys all known forms of art in a transdisciplinary fashion. That's the identity per se of Pompidou Center. It transforms our view of the center and of its collections. The center was inaugurated in 1977, and I want to share with you the plot, the drawings by Richard Rogers and the other colleagues. And on this drawing, you can see the soul of Pompidou Center, what was found at the core of the project. The building per se evolved with ideas. Back then, it still didn't have that famous facade that it has now. But
the seed was there. At the Pompidou, access was from the top down. And in the world of museums, fine arts, and fine art palaces, there's quite a number of them in my country, we have the staircase that has a lot of transcendence in a case like this. This modified the parameters of art up until that point and how the audience would get into. This was a completely different architectural pattern. The idea here was to give new autonomy to the audience, to visitors, so to speak, and to create new trust among them, because all of a sudden they had full leeway. They would visit part of the building, an exhibition, or a room in particular. The idea of a museum got completely reconfigured, integrating hospitality as a notion, one that hadn't been taken into consideration before. Pompidou was revolutionary in its own right because in the inside there was a library that was closely related with the museum's collection, but the orientation of the audience as they would explore, they would take people into getting to know collections and also to see artists as promoters of contemporary art. Art was being fully accelerated. And another important thing to understand, the unheard of character of Pompidou. Well, this was the first time that architects integrated a significant evolution of the building in a sense that hadn't been known until that time. The creation of this building had been planned in the philosophical project. Architecture would subject itself to the needs of societies and of visitors that would take a walk, that would stride down the museum. There are elements that we will also incorporate in the project that will be opened in 2030. Parking spaces in the place will be transformed into artistic programming rooms. And I say so because it's exhibitions, but it's not only exhibitions. Other disciplines are included, film, drama, songs. All of these will be included in these immersive experiences. So we have at the same time an extension and a new meaning given to parts of the building. There's no more cars downtown Paris, and they are not allowed. And this is reconfigured in the framework of utopia. This existed already in the 1970s. These ideas of culture, popular culture, we had these ideas at the time. Some people were critical of it. They would say it was a supermarket of art. That was the comment at the time, but we continue with the popular view. We precisely show the higher works of art, but also the more popular ones as well. Back in the time, lots of visitors would stay on the square surrounding the premises, and this is a symbol of Pompidou. It offers a place for visitors. The initial project intended to use public space as part of the museum. That was unheard of in the 1970s. This brings about a bond, and it also enables or allows space for more people to visit. Back in the old day, people would stay outside or would get inside the building, and these artistic retrofitting or conversion happened between these two, our legacy to adapt ourselves to the current world demands in honoring the spirit of the 1970s. The spirit remains today, and we hope we can keep moving it forward even to further distances with immersive experiences that contribute quality and excellence. The excellence the Pompidou Center is so well known for, it being opened to all sorts of audiences. This is how we envision the Pompidou Center by 2030. This is how important the inside of the building is and the outside part of it is. This is a popular characteristic right from the very beginning, and it is reconfirmed with over 3.5 million visitors. I'm not just talking about one single exhibition. I'm talking about people who go there for much more than one single exhibition. They explore all the facilities. This is mainstream in terms of quality and in terms of artists. It's the ambition of our site. It's not just a museum. It is a place for creation. It is a place of convergence between the artist in their creative process and the audience. Performative art has always been important from the very beginning of Pompidou. We can find the records, the historical records. This includes this forum where the audience can converge. It will be duplicated. There will be one additional floor that will be gained because it will be based on what used to be the garage, the parking lot. This is the Agora Center. It's a term in Greek. It indicated an element that happened all over the world, and it became even more successful after the COVID-19 pandemic, after the lockdowns and the quarantines where museums had to close their doors for quite a long time, and the digital domain as well. As a method, which was used at the time as a method. And this was quite successful, and it continues to be successful today. And we care about this because the politics that were in place after the Second World War causes our audience to be renewed all the time. And in spite of it all, they keep enjoying pleasure and the habit of having a bond with art. At these controversial times that are so difficult, it is this that has to encourage to keep moving forward with this type of artistic practices. And our physical experience is more essential than ever before, in spite of what happened with the pandemic. So this continues to be a place where we experience things physically in a shared manner. We do that with our family, with friends, and in the company of perfect strangers. It's a place of meeting, and it has social value. It is recognized as the reason for its continuous success. This is why in a universe, in a world so full of problems, a world that becomes increasingly more digital, where fake news begin to surface up, and when it is difficult to be truly informed, in this context, the museum continues to be a safe haven for knowledge, where we trust those knowledges and the information that is provided to us there. The knowledge that is shared there can always be challenged in an open way, and that makes us rest assured. This is where the identity of Pompidou and of many other museums lies on and remains, because this is where we find such a dimension where what is stated is true. And this is the dimension of the building and that we would like to implement. We started in 2017, but today, more than ever before, it continues to be the space we would like to give to art. The exhibitions will be very well diversified. Pompidou is characterized by different types of exhibitions: photos, graphical arts, experimental films, architecture, design, and the entire graphical universe of the world of art. It also has the mission to accompany artists with the new means of creation, with digital art, and also with works of art that use AI. When we talk about AI, we don't want to show technology being disruptive. We want to just try to approach this from the continuity of artistic exploration and from the light that artists shed on this and how they help us better understand it. It also will show continuity in connection to a unique view on things. One of the main purposes is to create new aesthetics. The issue of authentication that started in the 19th century with the different sources a sculpture can have, or the multiple observations that could be made of photos. So as a public service, we would like to show how disruptive this is, but we would also like to show continuity with a critical view on things that we have thanks to artists. And there are issues that even have to do with AI and with what it is generating. The museum has a specific stance, especially at Pompidou, and it works together with other manifestations, with other artistic manifestations. It is for this reason that it is unique. It is one of its kind, and it can show the strength of art. And for that reason, this forces us more than ever before to follow this path, and to hospitality, diversity are at the core of this project. Back in its old day, in 1970s, these concepts had already revolutionized the concept of modern art, and they continue to do so to help us imagine time and time again the relevance of the museum as a place where people get together. It also helps us understand how these elements come to play with the environment and with human beings. This, which was true in the 20th century, is now moved to the 21st century. It makes us think about essential values such as democracy and the importance of defending this from our own place in France. Let me now move forward a little bit quicker. Let me show you the different stages or the different periods. The audience we would like to talk to includes this place of hospitality to receive them warmly, but we would also like to reach out to people intellectually and physically where they are. So this is why we make available a number of exhibitions and a number of creative processes. The works that will be exhibited at the Pompidou Center so that it can reopen in 2030. And this will be very close to a metro line that will be opened in 2028. In 2027 or even in 2026, I guess, the Conservation Center will be ready. The collection is having 150,000 objects, and the Conservation, the Curatorship Center, secures conservation of these pieces. Our concept in connection to our relation with the audience is based on dissemination, meaning that whatever we have, we want to share. We share it in the framework of our relation with all the other French museums. It is our intention as a national museum to honor this. The other speaker will talk about Les Abattoirs. Les Abattoirs and Pompidou have very similar concepts. We share collections that are dynamic. Our mission is to make these works of art available to all art centers and museums in France, those that carry out similar projects. This is in order to reach out to over 4,000 centers across France. And there's the international environment as well. The definition we always follow is that everything will be concentrated nationally, but our tradition also makes us reach out to other sites globally, and we would like to keep working with other international sites. I don't know Lucas, who will take the floor after me, but I'm sure that art in Central Europe is equally important, and his work in Poland has been extraordinary. We take pride in having had historical ties with the southeast of Asia, with North America, and with South America as well, thanks to a long-standing tradition, both aesthetic and a cultural tradition, with a number of countries in South America, particularly with Argentina. It is for this reason that I am thrilled to be here today. I spoke on behalf of France. I spoke about France, Europe, and the world, and I spoke specifically about Pompidou. But we don't have any presence in the suburbs of Paris. This is the reason why we would like to have a facility in the suburbs where we will feature the best of our collections for the locals there, and to do this in a brand new way. This is in homage to the Parisian building, but it will be placed in the outskirts, and it will have a reach out to a great number of visitors. The sizes, the dimensions of that facility will resemble that of Pompidou. This is a place that is visited by smaller groups. This is a conversation center, and this will help works of art move around. We have 220,000 square meters available for people, and this has to do with a new dimension. If we think about the history of transparency and exhibitions in what our story shows.
Le centre de recherche de musique et d'acoustique qui est associé au centre Pompidou et qui se trouve sur la place à côté.
This is next to Pompidou. This is the library that will be in another Parisian building, and we will be working with allies, with partners. This is the French building under our name, Les Abattoirs, and our presence in Paris, in the big palaces, where exhibitions will take place while the building is being renovated. And of course, this also includes collections belonging to the French state that are being exhibited in different buildings. We think about innovative projects, trans-chronological ones, modern pieces, modern sculptures. There's a lot in the history of modernity and in the history of research of contemporary artists. There is a dimension that has to do with long-standing history. Taking a tour along contemporary and modern and historical pieces will happen at Louvre. And since it is impossible to split our art from the rest of European art, this will be done at the European Museum with a building here that will offer classical pieces, music, and whatnot. We started with a music exhibition and Kandinsky that was explored at the time, and special proposals for all ages. These are the historical monuments, and these are buildings that we already are familiar with.
Some in Lyon, Monaco, that's very close to us. Now, the aim is to find projects that are suitable to our views, finding different types of works to include. This project is for the roads of France. Some European countries might be interested in it. They propose an exhibition of 20 original pieces of art. We're here working, for example, to find that performing original character of a work of art, associating the collection with the artist, with with the practice. This project will be held at Montpellier and other cities. Another special feature of Pompidou is to export knowledge, expertise, and way of promoting art to other partner sites. We have one site in Malaga. To the right, we have the Canal Foundation. We're also very close to our Belgian colleagues. We have projects of exposition, the Pompidou Museum down at the left in Shanghai, and we partner with them since 2009. We shall renew our partnerships through new projects in the future. Very well, this is what I wanted to share with you, our new vision on how to link to our audience and the renovation project of the Pompidou Center. Thank you. Thank you very much, Xavier, for your very generous and thorough presentation. Xavier has some prior engagement to attend to, so do we have any pressing, brief questions for him before he leaves us? If there aren't any, then we move on with our next speaker. We mostly want to save questions for the Q&A session at the end, but since he is leaving us, now is the time. Good evening, Xavier. Thank you for your presentation. I want to highlight a comment you made. The definition of the museum as a place of trust, intellectual confidence. I think it's interesting considering what came before. You said the lightness with which currently world stories are stated, to put it with humor, I may. And museums double their efforts to investigate and develop narratives that allow, with scientific trust, the representation of these realities. I think this is the commitment we make in our practice, because the audience is attacked with unruly images that are mostly illegitimate. Is there anything else you can comment on that, especially within the investigation department of your museum, having the archives and details and all under a given department? I'm referring, can you develop what mechanisms research groups or collection and curatory groups do to provide intellectual confidence in the case of Pompidou? I mean, each museum has its own strategy, so I'm wondering about your strategy at Pompidou. Yes, so acquisition, curatorial policies, how are these integrated with the democratic building of identities? Well, of course, that's a special demand, and it's something we build on a daily basis. It is thanks to the fidelity, the loyalty of our audience that we can build trust. And that's how we work day in and out. In terms of acquisition and restoration of works of art, that takes place because of the possibility of receiving the audience within our house and explaining to them why we make certain decisions and why we purchase and curate certain pieces of art. So it is a matter of openness to communicate further. Thank you so much. One last question, Xavier, and then you can move on to your next engagement. Hello, good afternoon. Can you develop further on the installation of that site at the suburbs of Paris? Can you broaden the comment on the Pompidou at the suburbs in Paris? What's the question again? Technology is failing us. Thank you very much. Our apologies, because technology is not working in my favor to receive the interpretation. I do not speak English nor Spanish. I apologize now. For a long time, we lived in the illusion that the inhabitants in the heart of Paris, around between the 50s and currently, could access art, and people from the suburbs could travel downtown to visit Pompidou's site. And that is true. Lots of people traveled from the suburbs to the center. But the library, because we were very close to the train station coming from the suburbs, many students who have low resources could come and use the library too. So we wanted circulation of people. Those who came to the library should come to the museum too. But we currently understand that we cannot live art in a centralized fashion. Not everything happens in Paris. With the means of communication now, not everyone who lives in the suburbs of Paris can come or do come to downtown Paris. So we do interventions to reach a larger and larger audience. We now give the floor to Lauriane Grincourt. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à toutes et tous. Alors je m'excuse également, je vais poursuivre en français.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I do too apologize for speaking in French. I hope next time I can present in Spanish, but for the time being, you're better off with my French. I'm sure it will get you properly through the interpretation. I would like to thank everyone who's invited me to this 10th BIENALSUR. At the Les Abattoirs Museum, we have been invited several times to BIENALSUR. We know well why this project is so relevant for the international art community. As I received the invitation to reflect on our practices as the director of a museum and how the bond with the audience occurs, I firstly confirmed that we share many elements: art, culture, the role of museums and the role of cultural organizations in society. These become new places for a contemporary society that enables a lot. A philosopher during the COVID-19 pandemic that posed so many uncertainties to humankind, where humanity felt lost, these collective gatherings that stimulated creativeness, that allowed us to envision a more desirable model of society, considering the complex context we found ourselves in. These are explored elements, and the question I asked myself to prepare this presentation was to think of culture and how, as a curator and museum director, I should act with new strategies to attract new audiences, but at the same time doing it sustainably and jointly with the community. Museums are at the service of the community, whereas safe haven, inclusive place, a place of trust and confidence for everyone. Let me share my screen now. Can you see my screen? So I will speak of three very concrete examples, three projects carried out at Les Abattoirs in the last few years that describe the potential of art in building connections with society, in building places of reflections, thinking of the anthropology of our audience and to respond to their challenges, to make sure that the museum becomes the place of coexistence, peaceful coexistence. The philosopher that coined the term convivialité from the French, or conviviality in English, triggered these ideas in my mind because Les Abattoirs is a twofold institution. We are a museum and a regional contemporary art fund. We are two types of institutions at the same time. As a contemporary art museum, we're found at Toulouse in the south of France, and we are as well a nomad facility that promotes art and collections throughout the French territory in rural, remote areas where culture should reach. And Xavier, this philosopher, planned of this bond between Les Abattoirs and Pompidou Center. The deposit, Daniel Cordet is a gallery manager that's part of the initiative. The national collections are promoted in the region through Les Abattoirs. What occurs at Pompidou is showcased throughout the country through Les Abattoirs. The first project I want to point out is long dated. It's made up of artists and farmers. It is built with a collective exposition. It will be showcased in the south of France. It explores the bonds between art and agriculture. It shows contemporary challenges of current farmers. The calling was to have artists reimagine the world of agriculture in the Western world to understand the environmental, social, and cultural world of the peasants, but with an inclusive view, with a comprehensive view of the farmers' lives. Through collaborations with different allies, we worked with wine experts, and we created several partnerships for our exhibits. Here you see on this map the projects arising and networking out of the first exhibit in Toulouse. That was the starting point, and then it spread out throughout the territory. The project questioned the productivist model. It questioned the control of landscapes. It considered biodiversity and the lives of farmers. In France, this population group is affected by the highest suicide rates. The project started in February 2024. At that time, there was an uprising of farmers throughout France, and during the farmer riots, here depicted by a wooden sculpture of Pascal, you may see it on screen. At that time, there was a parade of tractors in the streets of Toulouse. So the museum should reflect very important and current affairs, we thought, and that helped us open up to a broader audience, a community, an essential community. Food producers are essential, and they were showcased. We showcased their work. We included farms, but farms are on the degrees. Small farms are, because they are bought over by the larger agricultural companies. So we wanted to conceive ideas to transform this, trying to think of what we eat from a different perspective. This is the projects carried out in the field, from the Pyrenees into areas known for the wool production. There was work in collaboration showing popular acts. We worked as mediators of the project. We organized visits to pig farmers, and the artist of a work of art known as Better to Feed. Students from an agricultural school told us that they were for the first time felt welcomed to a museum because the museum represented them. We had many first-time visitors within this project. People who'd never visited Les Abattoirs before came to visit, and we carried out workshops and courses to analyze in depth the role of artists in our society. Of course, amongst the participants of the exhibit, we had the children of farmers and many farmer artists as well. The other project I wanted to point out, carried out by Les Abattoirs, is known as the Pride Parade. Toulouse always participates in the Pride Parade, celebrating diversity, celebrating the LGBTQ plus communities. And we always share different interventions. On the first year, you see these pictures, a French artist was invited to showcase signs with strong slogans. The year after, let me play the videos so that you see the energy of the Pride Parade. We invited a collective that created activist graffitis, signage, special images were used during the parade. After the parade throughout the city of Toulouse, within the museum, there was the After Pride Parade exhibit. It celebrated collective happiness and the celebration of a community that is linked to our museum. This is the artist, Bruxelles, who participated in the previous project too. He portrays the aesthetics of the agricultural world in the queer heart. A combination of several elements are seen here. In the past few years, this has been part to the Les Abattoirs project. Through different invitations, we have collaborated with the LGBTQ+ community. We are making visible all communities and new visions of our society and the history of art are developed. But these projects set new and stronger bonds with our audiences. There's a historic organization that fights against HIV that we work with. Also, other organizations of healthcare that works with sexual workers. So this is not just a one-time thing. We build bonds for the future. And the idea is always to have exhibits on works of art related to this. And the final project I want to showcase is the Oli's Imaginary Museum. This is a performer called Oli. You can see him on the screen. We met Oli as audience first because as a young child he visited Les Abattoirs, and that's where he got to be in contact with contemporary art, and we started a reciprocal project with him to link our world with his, with new common codes. Oli was invited to deploy his imagery in our museum as artist and curator. In the end, this became an exhibit in which Oli, from the standpoint of an artist, questions the role of the museum, questions our role as a place. And he showcased what the audience feels. So he started storytelling with the works of art he showcased. He would represent his mother through different elements found in the collection and images that represent the icon Marilyn Monroe.
À travers les œuvres, en racontant son histoire, en racontant aussi sa construction en tant qu'artiste et son propre rapport à l'art et aux abattoirs, mais ce via la culture du rap, à travers la production de nouveaux sons, de clips, des invitations à des artistes et en mêlant aussi sa propre collection. Donc il a aussi souhaité interroger ce qu'est une collection, ce que collectionner veut dire aujourd'hui. Et donc les œuvres de nos collections, que l'on voit notamment sur ce grand mur, ont trouvé une nouvelle résonance dans ce dialogue avec une culture qu'on pourrait appeler populaire, avec un autre récit, et cela a aussi contribué à déhiérarchiser complètement les catégories. Et de fait, l'exposition rencontre un très grand succès. Elle ne désemplit pas. On a beaucoup de personnes qui viennent pour la première fois au musée, beaucoup de jeunes aussi, d'adolescents, qui est un public qu'on a vraiment du mal à capter et à intéresser. Nous avons aussi des personnes qui certes sont aussi sa communauté de fans, puisque Oli est très connu en France et a une communauté de fans autour de lui, mais nous avons aussi des amateurs d'art et aussi des amateurs de rap. Et le style de musique le plus écouté en France, c'est le rap. Et on ne peut pas ignorer ces composantes de la société, et l'idée c'est vraiment de les embrasser. Et donc l'objectif avec ce projet était de dire que tout le monde, peu importe son background, a toute légitimité, de confirmer que notre rôle en tant qu'institution est aussi d'accompagner, de donner les clés pour comprendre et manipuler cette matière à penser qui est donnée à voir au musée, que l'art est un vecteur riche et multiple mais aussi utile. Et de fait, ce travail qu'on a mené avec Oli, avec ce rappeur, Oli est devenu presque comme un ambassadeur du musée, un ambassadeur de l'art contemporain en désacralisant aussi, en le démythifiant. Et ce que je voulais ajouter, c'est que toutes les questions que j'ai pu aborder, donc notamment à travers ce travail avec Oli, mais aussi que ce travail sur la Pride, sur l'agriculture, ça intègre un ensemble de questions essentielles que l'on discute beaucoup avec l'équipe, qui fait vraiment partie du projet de l'institution, justement d'ouvrir et de croiser les disciplines, mais aussi qui nourrit un travail de recherche important sur cette question de la participativité, dont d'ailleurs parlait Xavier. Et nous avons depuis quelques mois justement intégré à l'équipe une doctorante, une chercheuse, qui travaille spécifiquement sur les méthodes participatives dans les musées, et qui nous accompagne sur plusieurs projets pour imaginer et structurer des nouvelles méthodes de médiation, notamment en dialogue avec des artistes, et qui allient le pour et le par les publics, pour justement renforcer le tissage de ces liens entre l'art et la société, entre l'art et les communautés, entre l'art et le tissu associatif, et entre l'art et les territoires. Voilà, j'ai parlé un peu vite, je suis désolée, mais voilà. Merci beaucoup.
Muchas gracias, Lorraine. Vamos a darle la palabra también a Lucas Moussan, así después abrimos las consultas y las preguntas del público. Lucas. Buenas tardes.
Yes. Can you hear me properly? Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So thank you for the invitation, for having me here. My name is Łukasz Murzyn. I would like to tell you about the project of the 3 Seas Art Festival, which is a new biennial in Central Europe. The project actually asks the same questions as BIENALSUR, but from a regional Central European perspective. But although it would be better to talk about the countries of 3 Seas Initiative, which is a format established in 2015 to fix better infrastructure in region. Now it's much wider project. Although all just new members of EU countries which joined European Union after 2004, or the eastern flank of NATO. As you can hear, I'm using the language which is proper rather for politics, not for talking about artistic projects, but I think it will be quite clear later why I'm using this kind of notions. I will share also my screen. Okay, and we have it here. Just a second. Okay. So the 3Cs Art Festival 2025. We start with biennial, so next edition will be with the same timing as BIENALSUR. One of thesis for today meeting sounds like this: we are living in a different world. The global scenario has changed. It's of course it's true. Here we have a map of our region. We can say that this group of countries may be without Austria or Greece, but this is a kind of a crash zone between Russia and before Soviet Empire and Western Europe, Western world. Now, after almost 35 years from transformation, we are in a completely different point of the history. The 3Cs initiative countries represent a significant economic and population potential of Europe. It's like 25% of the EU population, about 20% of the EU GDP, and have a very dynamically developing economy. After 20 years in EU, the new members are more aware of EU assets, aware of common development challenges, and ready to cooperate with partners in the region. However, the issues of the EU structural cohesion, full use of the opportunities to participate in the single market and common European identity remain important. This region on those business level, it's the biggest partner for Germany, for example, but almost for no one else, just because of the lack of infrastructure. All biggest motorways or railways in the region goes on the line east-west, and the idea of 3Cs initiative is to build connections and connectivity from Greece up to Baltic states, just to be as well equipped, as well organized as Western Europe for real equality in EU and for common power of European Union. And now, Russia's war against Ukraine and indirectly against EU, as well as the change in the USA position by Donald Trump, makes the 3Cs initiative also of great importance for the security of Europe. Main infrastructure project, which is Via Carpathia from Lithuania to Greece, starts to be away on the backside of potential front line against Russia. So this is I'm talking about it because it's we feel it quite dramatically in the region. In Poland, we have still almost 2 million people who escaped from Ukraine, and the context of making art, making festival. Now in our region, it's just like this. the project for some time stuck on the level of, the political project of the 3Cs initiative, stuck on the political level, on the business level. Of course, highways or railways or interconnectors for gas, oil, and electricity. All those projects are ongoing, but it really needs understanding and real support of our citizens, of our societies, which is possible also thanks for cultural cooperation. That's why we established something special. The joining of forces of several institutions in the region resulted in the creation of the 3Cs Initiative Cooperation Network, established in the context of the 3Cs Initiative Summit in 2024 in Vilnius, in Lithuania, and also the idea of the 3Cs Art Festival. You can see here founding members of this community. We have on board art academies, art universities, but also large cultural institutions like National Museum of Contemporary Art in Bucharest, in Romania, which is the biggest institution in the region, Slovak National Gallery, or smaller city galleries, or even galleries connected with the art market, like ACB Gallery from Budapest, like Rotor Center for Contemporary Art from Austria, and also support from ICA International, which is very important also for the festival. Main topic of this event is fair or equitable development, sharing common values, identity, and heritage of the inspiring cultural diversity of the region. We want to discuss the most important contemporary problems through art. We offer curators and artists an open catalog of topics. As you can see, it's not as usual. I mean, it's not a list of diagnoses of multidimensional crises we have in the world. It's rather to think about art and to use artistic activities to design the future, to prototyping solutions. So this is the challenge for artists and curators during the festival. And one of important questions of today, how to make the art space a place for thought and reflection on aspects of the conditions of our present. The starting point of our festival is simultaneous artistic residency within the framework of which our university made the workshops of the Faculty of Art available. And what is very important, artists and curator duos from 14 countries collaborated together in Krakow in February 2005, just like a month ago. And they were in Krakow all together. They could compare and change also their propositions because of the neighborhood of other propositions and other solutions, other projects. It was a time of artistic work and many meetings in the spirit of art-based research. Our university, our department also provide the studies on art-based research for where artists and designers could also get an access to like 20 kind of 20 types of studies on quite big university with own astronomical observatory, laboratories for biology, and so on and so on. So this kind of thinking about methods are also important for us. So elements of agile methodology and design thinking were also used to research and design new methods of cooperation. So we are like cooperate, but also discussing about how to do it better, how to do it with better effect for society. And the final of the festival will be a series of exhibition and meetings in April and May. So we are in very hectic moment of our activities. Here you can see just a few points of the long program of the festival. The most important point here is May 14 with the opening of the main exhibition of the festival, presenting the effects of the work of artists participating in the residency. It will be in Bunkier Sztuki Contemporary Gallery in Krakow, which is the city gallery, with great venue. We have some other venues in Krakow with Center for Documentation of artworks of Tadeusz Kantor, Krikoteka, and many others. Also important is accompanying program of the festival. We've called it BWA Europe. BWA is a network of city galleries in Poland. We have 22 of them on board of the project, and they invite artists from other European countries to exhibitions and meetings with local audiences. As I said, it's 22 venues. It's usually they are in smaller cities. All those cities, or almost all of them, it was previously they were capitals of regions before the reform of administration of the country. So they are really important for the local circulation of culture, like main places in particular cities. So this is maybe even most important part of the festival than the main exhibition. And I said at the beginning about language, which sounds maybe a little improperly to talking about art and art institutions, but we think about the project in this specific time and this specific context of the region as a project on the level of cultural diplomacy or citizens diplomacy or university diplomacy and so on. And the festival is under the patronage of the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union, which is this year. And also the festival has financial support from many sources, but the most important from our point of view is the International Visegrad Fund, which is a joint fund of the Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovakia, and Poland, supporting regional projects for culture. And again, link to main question of the meeting today: who is the imagined audience? In this project, well, I can say that the festival is an attempt to break the cultural axis of East-West in Europe. It is addressed to we hope, to a new generation in the region, to people free from the post-colonial complexes and liberated from thinking within a framework of the center to periphery scheme. And another important question for today, just from the agenda of the meeting, how can we contribute the development of a contemporary humanism? Again, our region is on the one hand a strong community of values, and on the other hand extraordinary wealth and great diversity of national cultures. And this is a treasure, this is a huge resource we can explore, interpret, and develop in a completely new perspective for us also, from Greece to the Baltic states, just across the traditional tension between East and West in the region. And the contribution to contemporary humanism. Well, I think that the best what we can do is to creatively redefine the pillars of our culture. I mean the heritage of art from antiquity to modernity. Respect for civil rights and freedoms and ethics stemming from the Judeo-Christian tradition. It's not even about religion itself, but about tradition, which is the source and basis of the idea of human dignity and human rights. In my opinion, this is the set of values, those three here. This is the set of values that in the current geopolitical situation allows us to feel what European identity and the identity of the free world at all are. And this is the address of the website of the festival. I invite you on May to Krakow. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Lucas, por tu presentación.
Thank you, Lukasz, for your presentation. From the three presentations we've seen, and me personally, I clearly understand that there are elements that BIENALSUR has fully understood since the beginning. In times of certainty, collaboratory networking efforts are more and more important. Each institution, from whatever corner of the world they are in, are considering this as well. So we now open up the microphone to questions. Please be brief. Questions will be taken for Lorian and for Lukasz. If there are questions here in the room, please raise your hand and we shall come with a microphone to you. Good afternoon. I'm here for the Toulouse Museum, for Laurent. What is the end product of that project you had with a rapper? Can you develop on that?
Je suis désolée, j'ai pas compris la question.
Can you repeat the question?
¿Le pueden traducir la pregunta, por favor?
Can the question be repeated, please? Yes. What was the end product of that exchange you did with the artist, Oli? What was the end product, the work of art created by Oli?
A ver, perdonen, estamos.
We're having technical difficulties. Let's go in English.
Expand a little bit. How was the collaboration, your collaboration with the Oli?
Ah, okay. With a rapper artist.
Exact.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so the first idea... je parle en anglais, en français.
All right, I will move on to French.
Et donc, qui est un rappeur qui n'avait jamais fait.
Ali is a musician, a rapper, and we invited him to come to our institution to deploy his work of art. We called on him because he had very original ideas for Les Abattoirs, because he himself said that the Les Abattoirs was his point of entry to contemporary art, and he wanted to tell the audience what his encounter with Les Abattoirs had meant, how that started his path as a composer. So he invited another artist, Juliette Green, a very young artist who bared witness of many people he related to. And the end product addressed the idea of how to make the museum more receptive. And this certainly lay at the core of the exhibit. Oli was able to prove, as a rapper, how the museum was transversal to art and how he built a bridge between rap and contemporary art. Oli said that contemporary art is the victim of stereotypes. If you do not understand rap, you may hate it. The same happens with contemporary art. So it was a coming together of rap and contemporary art. He spoke with many artists who decided to participate. It was a rich encounter with audiences as well. After the process, the product itself was presented, he questioned it all. Do we have any further questions?
Oui, merci. La question est pour Lauriane. Donc, en fait, ma question est la suivante.
Great. The question is for Lauriane. I have two questions indeed. First, what was the impact of the encounter with the audience, and how did that encounter change your institution in building a fluid relation with the museum? What was the impact in the museum as an institution? Secondly, did this trigger the development of new collections? Is this a new stage of collaboration that might go deeper in the future? Thank you for the question and for making the question in French. To answer, I shall say that the project we had with Oli had a clear purpose. It was meant to be the starting point of an idea that would later develop other projects with the audience. Because once the exhibit ended, that audience that had never before visited Les Abattoirs, they would have to return to us. That was the second point, because we're a museum and a regional contemporary art fund. So the exhibit in Toulouse was meant to develop a project outside the walls of the museum in the entire L'Occitan region, to have the collection travel around the region to encounter the audience that is found away from the museum in school institutions. For example, we wanted disciplines to come together with new voices and cosmovisions portrayed. The museum, in this sense, became the melting pot, the meeting point of thinkers. It built relations. It was participatory, as I said. That concept is used a lot in our institutions, but bottom line is that the audience is not just a visitor. The audience is made up of citizens that participate in many initiatives. There are some of these initiatives in France, but I could quote on some projects in Britain when it was civil society people making exhibits. So they created a citizen committee to develop participation of the community in the institution. I hope I have answered your question. Good afternoon. Thank you. My question might be out of place for the three speakers, but I wonder, do the institutions you represent have a policy to confront authoritarian governments that are meant to destroy what you expose? This is something we are currently going through in our country, so we are wondering if European institutions have already become aware of this new fight we are encountering in the world.
Is if you both are thinking in a way of resisting or fighting against this this new right authoritative wing of government that it's raising globally today, that actually is like how would you say, it's like putting into threat all that you are trying to build. Both of you on your own institutions.
Lucas, do you want to?
No, just please start.
Ok, merci pour la question. En effet, c'est un fait.
This phenomenon, unfortunately, is global. The rising of the far right, a new form of authoritarianism that brings gloom to culture. We see in France clear examples of this. Some political decisions have been made, not worth mentioning them now, but their true aim is what you mentioned. I believe then the museum then should become a place of trust, of confidence and debate. It is not our role to provide the absolute truth. We're not here to convince anyone. We are meant to open up minds to new questions. That's why we bring together disciplines and peoples. That's why we represent within the walls of our museums a broad diversity, so that together they can deal with the challenges to art and culture. But we cannot think of this in linear terms. Cooperation in between institutions is key. From Toulouse and L'Occitane, we see collaboration, co-production, and collaboration amongst institutions, because budget cuts occur all the time. So if we collaborate, we can overcome budget cuts. Collaboration also occurs with artists. Artists are part of the strategies that come in very handy.
Yeah, thank you for this question. In our project, we have also artists and curators from countries like Hungary. Like we have a team from Slovak National Gallery, which is also touched by politics very significant way. But we have also a team from Ukraine and a team of curator and artists from Belarus, actually from the civil society, members of civil society of Belarus living in Poland. So the problem of this kind of influences or just to say clearly violence, it's on the table in the project, and we are discussing about the sphere of art, the sphere of artistic meetings as a kind of a shelter, to use again this kind of language, as a sphere of or maybe just a bubble of freedom, of thinking, of projecting, of speaking about nowadays problems this way, which is step by step more impossible in the public sphere. So I don't know if it's enough to react to this question, but thank you.
Una pregunta más, abro para el público.
One other question for the audience, from the audience, and then we're done.
I'm Ha Hee-sung from South Korea. I have a question for all of you. What's your perspective on barrier-free?
On what, sorry?
The question she is asking to you both is, what do you think about barriers free? ¿Podés ampliar de qué se trata barriers free, por favor?
Can you explain what you mean by barriers free? Please, the person who asked the question, can you explain what you mean with barrier free?
Abilities or the inclusive visitors in terms of operations. For example, the wheelchair accessibilities or for the technology operations for deaf or the sign language.
she's asking both of you, how do you implement in your practices the accessibility to diverse people in terms of accessibility for people with difficulties for seeing, for moving, etc., etc.
I start, Lucas? Yeah? Ok. Merci pour cette question. En effet, la question des publics qu'on appelle en France empêchés est essentielle dans...
Thank you for your question. Accessibility is essential in our projects. It should be accessible to all, regardless of physical or motor capabilities. That is why in Les Abattoirs we have special devices for that. You know that in France it is mandatory for public institutions to have accessibility to welcome people with reduced mobility. And I can tell you about a partnership we signed some years ago with an institute for blind youth in Toulouse. We carry out workshops with specific projects with them. At each exhibit, we identify a work of art that the audience can learn about through touch. We have touch methods in each work of art to reach the blind. We have an alliance with a hospital in the outskirts of Toulouse that helps women with eating disorders. So within the museum, we have created one place. We have created a place that is cold. These people suffer heat, so we have a series of initiatives to welcome them. We have screens in the museum showing explanations in sign language. There's a large deaf community in Toulouse. So working with associations, we prepare special visits or supporting videos of works of art. So we work with the local government. It is adopted and it takes different forms, but it is a key part of the organization's activities. We devote one day as well for therapeutic art. It's a workshop where we explain how art can heal and treat. We also touch on discrimination against disabilities. That is essential for our artists.
I have not really...
Realmente no hay mucho que pueda agregar.
Because we operate exactly in the same frame of law in Europe, so this kind of solution is kind of institutional standard. So we have exactly the same way of involving viewers or the users with special needs in our galleries, in our festival. One thing I could add to Laurie's answer is special project of my university and our faculty and City Gallery of Krakow, which is a sphere of the gallery, part of the gallery dedicated to guests with special needs on many levels, on all those levels in one point, with kind of case studies connected with temporary exhibitions. for all those needs we just heard a few seconds before, but also for families with little babies and what else? Maybe what is quite characteristic in Krakow, construction of educational and additional programs around exhibitions, especially with special guided tours dedicated to different groups of guests with special needs. I think this is probably in comparison with other institutions in the region something which is quite characteristic in Krakow.
Ok, perfecto. Muchísimas gracias a ambos.
Perfect. Thank you, Lorian and Lukasz, for presenting, for joining us so far. You are welcome to follow us on the streaming for the rest of the day and tomorrow. I would like to make a comment. We have here a virtuous circle, a virtuous community developing. Many join us through the streaming. And these topics later are then discussed in the different chairs of our school. So within public education and in the training of our students, these new voices and points of view are spread out. So thank you very much for that. Now we shall briefly have a coffee break to continue with the next panel. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Gusto tenerlos acá.
It is our pleasure to have you here. It is our pleasure to talk about how imagination meets identity and politics. Together we have two artists with us. Their background encourages us to think that art is in dialogue with the world we inhabit. Both artists from different strategies work with the potential of imagination as a political and aesthetic tool. Nu Barreto from Guinea-Bissau, he lives in Paris. His work approaches from a critical and poetical manner social inequalities and the problems of the African continent through collage, painting, drawings, and installations. He explores issues such as poverty, oppression, and loss of values. Vic Muniz, who was born in Sao Paulo, he works and lives between Brooklyn and Rio de Janeiro. His creations are similar to those of a prestidigitator, causing the notions of photography, challenging the perceptions of the viewer, playing with visual interpretation, and he engages in deep analysis. His practice includes educational and social initiatives. Based on his work and background, he aims at bringing identity and politics together. Is discrimination some form of resistance? How about the dialogues and the contexts of what comes next? This is a space of exchange. Rather than looking for closed answers to questions, we will open up to new views. How does imagination play a role in your creative processes? How does it influence the way you approach identity in your pieces? In getting started, this is the question. The role of imagination was left on a second level. We are living creatures. We have to take care of survival. When we live together with people who went through a number of different stages in civilization, as was my case when I had the possibility to work with people such as Xingu, the relation between the physical and the imaginary world is far closer. What happened with all of us after the Neolithical and what we call art is materializing the practice of that imagination. In that sense, for me, art is conceived in a simple way to explain. This is the evolution between mind and matter, conscience and phenomenon, whatever was done by human beings so far to facilitate the relationship of what is inside him and the physical world. And this can, in my view, be described as an artistic practice. So all this is natural. It is only natural that it should happen in that way. From a political or social perspective, me as an artist, I don't trust my own opinions. I'm not an ideologist in no kind of way, because the world of ideas and our opinions is permanently around me. I don't have preferences, not even for soccer teams. I tend to move around in following my favorite. Even though I try to do many things at the same time, I try to leave my practice aside and try to focus on people having a relation with the physical world, the social world, and the environment around them. And this happens in a much unexpected manner. These people are forced into examining the world, and art plays such a role. It has to do so in a constant manner. Thank you so much for this description, Vic. I'd like to add some notions that make us separate from the interpretation that was shared by Vic. If we live in a space, there is no way to not mention it. If we live in an atmosphere, we cannot be outside of that atmosphere and talk about something else. Let's talk about this idea in more detail. We are between the interior and the exterior. In the interior, we find the artist, and that interior is grasped by the exterior that sees them through the environment where they live, society, and the world where they live, where he is capable of perceiving those inequalities and those incongruencies of livelihood. Those problems that cause differences to be taken up to a certain level, that of course will bring about indifferences with itself. That was for me the purpose I've been pursuing in my work for quite some time. What I mean to say when I talk about this is that all this helps artists explore the material, have this material and explore the material so that society can take advantage of it. This way of expression will help the artist take advantage of this possibility to provide a service, being a link to the whole chain. This should be consistent or inconsistent. It may be of happiness or of unhappiness. Later on, I believe I will be giving you some more details about this. And of course, we can always engage in deeper notions about this. It is my understanding that artists have a number of elements in mind that make up the society where they live. It might be surrealistic artists such as Dali, but we know that these artists exteriorize their own world, the world where we all live. I would like to say something that is really important. When something is not important, for my own opinion, I don't set aside the fact that I am a person with a background behind, and the perspective of my own view of the world has a deep involvement in my approaching of these processes. It is important not to think about the artist as a generic entity, something that can be programmed through society or through a number of systems for that matter. I was born in Sao Paulo. My parents were extremely poor. I was raised in the periphery, and my view of the world is much within. Many times I try to contain this rather than expressing it out loud. But much the way you said, and you are right in that, this will show the way of how these processes will be solved. Well, that's a true aspect. Artists don't have to think that they are the ones producing magic in intellectual terms or in connection to the view of society, because this is not what I mean to say. It is not that. It's just a vector. There was a person in France, I'm sure you don't know him, and there was this discussion where they would say that we don't have to trust artists that much. And this, in and of itself, explains the whole thing. I mean, our explanation of things is that the fact that this is a vector between society and the artist, and this is why societies understand them as dominating, and then they are dominated, carrying the voice from one to another, requires the vector, the artist. The artist will therefore have to get to know the space where they work and their responsibility. It would be interesting if you would present your work, and so we can engage in a conversation based on this. I will, but before that,
Talvez seria melhor eu dar algumas explicações que eu acho que
it would be better if I could provide some relevant information so you can have a true understanding of the work that we will show. The title of these flags, the Ununited States of Africa. The Ununited States of Africa, it's quite a daring title. It's pure provocation. But it's part of what I was able to do as an African artist in order to contribute in a very modest manner in the progress of readings, ways to vindicate a number of rights, honesty, and consideration that is really lacking. So I was out there looking through this in the United States. Here, there are no stars in the creation of this piece. So I was there solely to replace or to stand in place of the stars, and I removed them from the context. And I also changed colors. But here I decided to use the most widely used colors in the flags of African states: black, red, and yellow, and green. Black with stars, nation stars, these being 54. Why is that so? Because in the African continent there are 54 states. This is why I've always used 54, except for in one case with the first flag. But this is what I try to explain. I started from the principle of power, strength, the flag. The flag is the symbol of an identity, the world, citizens, power. And we are talking about the United States. So the United States flag, well, those stars, they are well organized on the left side. But in these flag, stars are never well organized or arranged, for that matter. Each one of them is on their own side. Why is that so? This explains disorder, the ununion or the separation, being ununited. These stars are separated all over. They are scattered all over. But I'll leap forward now, and I will then explain why these flags, in several moments, are opportunities to be critical. I will move again to this flag. It's not enough to be critical of things. If you are critical of things, you have to also provide solutions. In Africa, we always speak negatively about the continent and about a number of countries, but there is this big trend to forget that it's not just the cradle of humanity, it's the cradle of humanities where there's intellectual wealth, of which we don't talk. And since we talk about intellectual wealth, it would be very fitting for me as an artist not just to be critical, but to show other evidences. And based on them, I used books written by African authors, books about controversy, about crisis. And this is why I named this piece Source. I feel this as an inspiration source that provides wealth. This is another thing of which much not is spoken, or about which not much is spoken. In Timbuktu, in Mali, there were cycles prior to La Sorbonne in France. But this is not widely stated, so these cause that the material that you get to read after the fact is false. There is wealth, and that continues to exist in the African nations, and this enables value to be richer and richer, and hence this was the creation of this flag. This is the specificity I was referring to. This is the first flag that I produced. It's 6 meters long and it's 4 meters high or tall. If you take a close look at the green part of it, on the left of the flag, there is some sort of ink stain. What happened there when I was putting these elements together to create this piece? There were 53 states in Africa. And the 54th appeared then. And so when I started counting, I said, this looks like it's an error. But my conclusion was that there was one star that was not necessary. There was an extra one. And so I decided to cover it with ink, and it ended up having 53. But the thing is that then there was this war in Somalia, and it got divided, and we ended up having 54 states. And this is the only flag with 53 states. All the other flags have 54 stars. This doesn't happen too often. But I kept developing this work. And this is to show some sort of union, the union that exists in connection to the concerns of artists that relate art and politics. Art is politics and politics is art. They say that politics is failed art. But this is a way of describing it. We can discuss at more length about this. We can talk about this globally. But in short, we can say that art is politics and politics is art. So this is a very strong bond. These are bullets, just regular bullets. This is the production stage. This is one of the last few pieces that I created with this perspective. The title of this piece is Where It All Got Started. Africa is seen as a source of wealth, where everybody will extract wealth. We see stones and gold distributed, and in the bottom of it we find or we notice some sort of gold mine. Everything is painted in golden. This looks a little yellow, but in actuality it is gold. And greed begins here. Africa is seen from a different perspective. So these are a number of considerations that I put forward to society within this political lens, because it is a way to contribute in order to see society where politics could be different, not regarding Africa from that sense. That is, as a source of wealth, where wealth is extracted and where no consideration is given to the local inhabitants. And this, before we move on to the technical notions, in every image where there were stars, there were books, the size of a book. It's just a regular book. These are. I am also working on another different flag. an American flag, a big one. It's 6 meters long, and it will only have books of Black American writers translated onto different languages: Russian, Spanish, Italian, Arab, and whatnot. These are real-life books that I will use in order to create that piece. This is in talking about the intellectual wealth of the Afro-Americans that is not well known or very well considered in the United States. Only when they are launched to fame is that a notion to be considered. So I like to be daring and bold. This is something that I show the world. This is my intention. I won't speak Portuñol because it sounds horrible. In all honesty, I should say that I will skip through some images quite quickly because I don't know how much material this presentation contains. I didn't have a chance to read through it. But before anything else, I'd like to say that whenever I talk about the position of the artist and the audience, I feel a scam myself because this was not planned in this way. I used to be a guy who would draw, that liked art, and that read quite a lot of material in connection to art. But actually, being an artist wasn't even an option. I didn't even consider it a possibility. I have a Brazilian friend who was a plastic artist. That was back at the time when I was 18 years old. And I told him, well, I really didn't know that that existed. I thought that plastic artists were something of the past, that they were all dead, that they had cut their ears. And all of a sudden I started working in plastic arts in Brazil. And I worked for a few years, and my interest was psychology from an experimental point of view. I've always had this strong fixation in me. How do we get to see an image? How do we manage to see it? How does it change the closer we walk into the image? To such a point that I would work at a store, and I'm colorblind, and I thought that I wasn't really able to read advertisings on the street because I was colorblind. But that was not just in me. That was a common problem with all people. So I decided to design a chart. It crossed vectors, angles, speed, and lines, the number of lines, so as to enhance the possibility of people being able to read those ads, those boards. I won an award from an advertising organization. They presented me an award that was related to news or new undertakings in the world of advertising. And on that occasion, I dressed myself in a black tuxedo. I received this awful plastic award. But when I was on my way out of the event, I was driving a car. I was 18 at the time. And a person stopped me on the way, and he said, "They are killing my boyfriend." And I stepped out of the car, and I tried to interfere in that quarrel. There were two people. One of them was beating the other guys up, and I stopped there, and then I went to look for my car. And the person that I saved on that quarrel grabbed a gun and tried to hit me because he thought I was his aggressor. I was able to drive to the hospital. I woke up 3 days later, and the first person I noticed around me was the guy that shot at me. He was all apologetic at the time. He was full of drapes. He was badly injured also. This person, luckily so, wasn't good at targeting at me. He was a millionaire. He paid all my hospital expenses. He gave me a sum of money, and I paid myself a ticket to the United States.
That was back in 1983. If I had not been shot on the leg, I wouldn't be here with you today. So, art. I mean, when I'm asked when did I become an artist, I say, well, I don't remember. But I can say that as you build up symbolic knowledge and you draw apart from the world of sensations and ourselves build that distance. So the role of the artist is to build a hole on the wall, to restructure its relation with the world. And I discovered, as I started working with unprecedented material, with garbage, sugar, huge pieces that had to be photographed from the sky, and then microscopic stuff that had to be seen through a microscope. Well, I was interested in developing processes. I was interested in seeing things from a different angle. If I had to work with diamonds, then I would have to talk to diamond traders. And if I'm working with garbage, then I need to talk to armed drug dealers. So it's a type of narrative that is part of the object. With time, I noticed that materials have different and varied narratives. When I went to St. Kitts and lived with these children in the island, I think it was for 2 weeks, I changed art for my holidays. Can we go back to the previous picture? You see, as I returned to New York, as I was leaving the island, I discovered the parents of one of the children I had met, and they were people completely different from the children. These were tough, harsh people. It was the time of the sugar cane harvest. They worked 12 hours a day harvesting sugar cane. And I wondered what turns a sweet child into a harsh, grumpy adult. So I thought, I'm going to make the picture of a child with sugar. And that is my work of art. A critic from the New York Times attended the exhibition in New York. And in 6 months, I had a review in the National Center of Photography. Those children saved my life, and they placed me here, them and the shot on my leg. And I realized the importance of their relation to the theme. It's not just being an observer and building a material reality. As I sold my works of art, I would send money back to the island, St. Kitts, and I portrayed the series in the local library. That's one of the first things I did. And then you continue developing things and you show what you have done, as always. But I began to understand that I could share more than just the finished work. For example, here I called some people who gathered garbage so that they would make their own pictures with the material they gathered daily. For some years they worked on my studio preparing these portraits. I had never seen such a large portrait. It is half of a soccer field in size. It's been documented in a film. It was actually nominated for the Oscar. I always work in series. When you work on a series, you apply something new you've learned until you become tired of what you're doing. The film is entitled Extraordinary Garbage, Wasteland. This picture, we can move forward. I'm running out of time. Forward, please. One more. This. This is work I've done as part of another series. This is mosaic work with pieces of images from books and magazines. Next to my house, there was a daycare center about to close. And there was a church too. And I wanted to make images of saints, but I never showcased them. You know, saints have superpowers. They're like superheroes. They do amazing things. And we learn art at school. For example, I learned academic drawing, and I learned art looking at saints in palaces and churches. So, by trade, as an artist, you are an atheist and communist. But even though I am a communist and an atheist, I love saints. So I asked some nuns if I could make an exhibition in that daycare next to the church. And I asked for permission to make the exhibition there. It's 20 works of art with saints, and we sold all the works. It's the capitalist side, you know. The daycare center received most of the earnings, so they were able to keep it open. So if we talk about changing the world, well, let's start with that, with what you find next to your home. The nuns loved my images. That used to be the parking lot of the daycare. And then in 2018, the National Museum caught on fire. It was so sad. It was the only museum we could take children to so that they would be able to see mummies. I was so sad, and I asked if I could help somehow. During the government, the administration of Bolsonaro in Brazil, no funding was assigned to the restoration. You know, archaeologists usually work on sites and then bring everything to a museum. But in this case, an archaeologist, several archaeologists, worked within the museum trying to recover things. And they did not know what to look for because they had no pictures of it. So as I tried to help them, because they are archaeologists and they are very well organized, they offered me the ashes. And with the ashes of the works of art destroyed, we made new works of art. This skull was the oldest ever found on Earth. It challenges the theory by Clovis. I was able to make an exhibition there, exhibit my works, and then the money gathered went back to the museum. It will finally reopen its doors by the end of the year. This is a more recent project I had, the Innocence Project. The best attorneys of the U.S. work pro bono to open cases in which the accused are convicted when being innocent. People who spend about 20 to 30 years in prison being innocent. And I wondered, what would it feel to lose your life in prison being innocent? This Innocence Project in the U.S., because if you're later proving to be innocent after you've been convicted, it takes years to be released. And because of the double jeopardy thing, you cannot judge them again and admit you made a mistake. So we meant to gather funds to allow people to restart their lives. It's amazing. These people are wonderful. This guy spent 20 years in prison, and he comes out of jail and he's the happiest person ever. He's a life lesson, a living lesson. The project is still ongoing. It's the Scuola Vidigal is a school for children from 6 to 12 years of age. We offer here technology and art courses for free. This is an area where drug trafficking grabs children and use them for drug trafficking. There are many children who go through this school that I support. The children there can have dancing and art expression lessons. These children, none of them is grabbed by drug traffickers. Here's another project I'm very pleased of. I spoke about it with Nu. In the previous session, we spoke of the importance of museums. And I was part of the Nu Museum Council. And I thought, how can we bring the community into the museum? And we gathered amazing ideas from everyone. They were saying, should we install exhibitions in neighboring houses? And I thought, why don't you ask the audience what they want? You know, my father, the first exhibition he ever saw was mine. He'd never seen any art before that. When I do art, I do it for my father. When I make art, I make it for the curators, the critics, the general audience, and the cleaning staff of my museum. This is a provocative work. In El Salvador, a large state in Brazil, there's the largest market in Latin America. They sell fish, meat, living animals. You can find almost anything there. And I portrayed artists, famous artists there, to all the fair comers. So the audience looking at contemporary art in the fair is not the same audience of the museum. That idea of the white cube, you know, the problem of the white cube is that it's a fixed location where the rich and the millionaires go. And they are moving targets. So I want to show avant-garde art at any location. A Brazilian artist presenting at Guggenheim called me to make an exhibition at a food market. My agenda was packed, but still I said yes. It's great to be in contact with artists you would not otherwise come to meet. This is by Nestor Neto. We don't have the time to describe them, but then there's Jonathan de Andrade. He represented Brazil in the Venice Biennial. The video is on YouTube. It's a fisher with a fish in a hand. The fish is almost dying, and the fisherman is caressing the fish. I went to the bar in front of the museum, and he said, "I love that video. The fisherman is great," he said, "fantastic, but people who work in the fish market come here, they drink beer, and they start arguing. Is the fisherman good, bad, is he cruel?" The other day, they almost had a knife fight in the bar over the art. And I thought, did you ever wonder that people would fight in a bar about a work of art? You know, you're showing people what they are not used to seeing. Or like that story when someone goes to a bullfighting stadium, a young person who'd never seen it before. Many things can go wrong, but it works. And I think the flagship for me in politics and in many things is reaching that sensibility point, the responsibility of the artist to bring new opportunities to the audience, occupying spaces. Contemporary art offers something strange. Like the flags we just saw, you need to look at them twice to fully understand. There's a French artist that says that it is the responsibility of art to develop places for living. I think that is the best definition of our work, to create places for living. I want to open up a side comment here because I was listening to my colleague here, and I thought I knew how to draw as a child. I've always been drawing, but when I met someone who truly knew how to draw. I talked to him to see how it was done. I never thought that drawing could become an occupation. I didn't think that being an artist was an occupation. As an adult, when my love for photography emerged in me, that's unfortunately after my brother died. It was an emotional shock for me at the time. I couldn't draw anymore. I spoke to my uncle. He told me, "You cannot live like this." So I moved to France and studied computing. So I started studying. My uncle was very happy with my decision. And then one day I came home and I told him I couldn't study computing anymore. I had to change. And my uncle asked me, "What are you going to study then?" "Photography," I said, and that I was sure about it. So he told me, "So you will have to endure eating lots of sandwiches for long until you start earning money. And that was the end of the relation with him. Sometime after that, I had to leave his house. But I had never fully understood what being an artist meant. Things just came by me. Until one day, someone invited me to an exhibition from an unknown artist to me. I accepted the invitation. I just went over. Indeed, I didn't even know of the price of clothes. There are some acronyms used in France that Philippe knows well of, with some figures. You put the F, the M, and at that time we spoke of French speakers. So I went over, I bought the cloth, and I thought this was in francs, 20 figures, 20 something. So I took 20 pieces of cloth, I go to the check to pay, and they tell me, "You're wrong. The price is 20 francs. I said, "No, that's the size, 20F. I had no idea and not enough what it meant, and I didn't have the money to purchase it. So I only bought 3. And to close, that contribution you spoke of, the political aspect, the iteration and the bond between art and politics. Artists have always created that bridge. I gave you the example of Daniel Barenboim, who's been in Buenos Aires. He developed the West-West Orchestra. His main concern was to provide a political response to a meaningless situation. He has Israelis, Palestinians, and Arabs in a single symphonic orchestra. Anyone can tell it. The Ninth Symphony by Beethoven is strong. We cannot say it's apolitical. It is art that is extraordinarily powerful. We cannot rule out what does not exist. If you want to understand the work by Vic, whether you like it or not, politics is there. His art is a way of responding to an era. It is so important, this bond. We cannot break it, we cannot neglect it. We do it with ideology, colors, sensibility. These are subtle ways in which artists portray politics. Sometimes they do it well, sometimes not that well, but it is meant to showcase. Some pieces reflect this. We can portray a landscape, but we are depicting something that comes from within. It would make no sense to speak of Vic's work, but we are revealing here that indeed the bond between politics and art are capitalized. Both things go hand in hand.
Thank you. I fully agree that art is politics. as whatever we do in life, it is a political gesture in a number of ways with different approaches, either opening up spaces, generating possible encounters with a number of communities, or overflowing pre-established narratives to generate new ways of thinking around, the intellectuals, the African intellectuals, or the African intellectuals living in the United States, in order to generate and open up an expansion for quite some time, having been left overwhelmed and stepped on. So in going back to the idea of imagination, first, how is it possible to imagine in times of crisis, or what do we imagine in times of crisis? And something that I think about quite often after your presentation, how about collective imagination? How do we think with others, next to others? What is it that we all want to achieve together? The idea of the collective exists. It does. So much so that in that quest for accessible language, for language to be accessible and complex and determined, so that you can establish this with your viewers, with your spectator. I fine-tuned this relation over the decades, having this concern in mind. It is complicated, because if you want to impress a person, a scholar, an expert, then you have to make lots of quotes. If you want to impress a lay person, then you have to talk with complex verbs. But if you want to impress them both, you have to be a poet. There is some revolution behind it. It breaks down the language barriers. It is subversive against traditions and habits. I'm talking about visual costumes or habits. It is complicated, and it should be done with a lot of tender and love. In my field, I would say that people sometimes don't quite understand it. I pretended being a naive, superficial, shallow person, and I did not achieve any different results. I use icons and archetypes a lot, and I also use things that you've all seen. I love that. I love to work with a very affordable vocabulary. And this is what I really do. I work with stereotypes from an iconographic perspective and otherwise. These are images that people already saw, or images people are used to seeing. I've used flags myself too, and I believe that flags are interesting icons for us to work. They are full of meanings, and that's the reason why they are created. And I translate this into different materials, just the way you do it. We work with that material, and then you create this strange relation between the materials and the symbols. And then I use things that people are used to seeing. When you say an unheard of material, why is that so? The use of chocolate materials such as diamonds, well, this has been already tried and seen. But how about inks or oil paintings? They were kind of dated at a time. They were left in the archives, and I removed powder from them to bring them to renewed life. I don't like a person to see a painting and say, oh, it's very well done. What they managed to make such a perfection. That's past industrial revolution or post-industrial revolution. It is different now. The fact that the artist can have a production that is consistent with the rest of the world. They have to focus more on processes rather than on the object. Processes are what matter the most. What's interesting is to develop a piece of art that will give any person the possibility to come into the process. You can leave crumbles of bread behind so that someone will follow your trace, and then you make the person be immersed in a deeper understanding of the thing. We have to understand things before we materialize them, before we give them a physical reality. I would be a sculptor before my time as an artist, as the artist I am now. And it's quite interesting. I heard a student tell me once, or ask me once, how do I become an artist? My answer was, you don't have to intend to be one. The possibilities of making art or doing art are shorter and shorter for you if you intend or if you try to become one. I started with paintings. You know, a photographer came along to record these objects, to put them in file. A photographer came with this gigantic camera. I was just in my old beginnings, and I thought it was the glory of the object. The whole thing became important because of it, and he took transparent photos with very good lighting and a perfect focus. And I saw it, and I thought it was good, but it was not right. And I then thought about it, and I said, I will have to follow suit. I was not in contact with photography. When I purchased my first camera, I was 30. I purchased the wrong camera, I purchased the wrong rolls, and I developed it in the wrong place. Yet, the photo looked nice. And why was the professional photograph wrong and mine was bad and I liked it? I think that when you imagine something, right when we accrue symbolic knowledge, we lose the capacity to imagine. Such as I said before, we stopped being artists at some point, and those that will insist will continue. If I think about a jar of water, then you think about that jar, you think it mentally. That's your point of view. Children are the only ones that have this wonderful capacity to rotate those objects in the mental world, but we cannot. So we create the object in the material plane, and then we stare at it. And my work, I always want to create this loop between the physical thing that goes back to the mental plane. Professional photographers would not know how I would do with this object, but at that point I said, I will create objects just to photograph them the way I thought. I would think I would do that just a few months, but I've been on this for over 30 years, and sometimes I feel frustrated because it's quite an effort to have ideas like this. I have a different approach here in connection to this connection. I don't have any such experience with those many people. This is the path that Vic went along. I need to get immersed in communities in order to feel, to know, to grasp, to have a community experience in being able to talk about what this is all about. This is what I need, and this is what I do. If I go to a residency, it cannot be a 2-week-long one. I don't manage to get anything new going. I need some more time to get to know that society and to circulate, to go to, low neighborhoods and more affluent neighborhoods then, to get to know traditions and habits, this will come in handy when it comes to engaging in my process of creation. This is how I feel myself in contact with the collective group, with people as part of my production. As Vic said, the rest is planned through what I already had designed in mind based on the elements that I have in front of me, elements that were provided by those people that I may have crossed across down on the streets or at different occasions. I had a very interesting experience. The production is now stopped, but it is not at a total standstill. You know, I would wear those flip-flops, the ones under the name Havaianas, and there were so many brands that would imitate the traditional Havaianas. They were all copycats. So I would walk down a number of different countries and I would pick up those dirty flip-flops that were left behind on the streets, because I had this creation in my mind. And I was in Guinea once, and they asked me for an interview to talk about me, the path I walked through since I was in the country. They wanted to take advantage of this possibility. I accepted on a condition that I would retrieve elements for my creation, and that I would like to get exposed to the younger artists so that they would not linger on classicism, painting and pencils. No, I thought to myself, they have to be exposed to other streams of art so that they can evolve. And I thought it would be interesting to be shown on TV. That happened, actually, and I was once walking down on the streets. I was very well dressed. I was not dressed as a painter, you know, with my traditional clothes. No, I came into this room. It started raining. There were ponds of water all over. We were in the middle of a flood. There were several flip-flops that had been stuck, you know, in the mud. I was really very clean. I was spotlessly clean. Yet I went into the mud and I started picking up those flip-flops. A guy that had watched me on TV passed by. I wasn't aware of that, of course. And he said, "What are you doing with that?" And I said, "I work with this material." "Do you?" "Yes, I do." "But what are you? What do you do for a life, for a living? Are you an artist?" "Oh, well, I actually saw you on a TV program last night. You are the guy that picks up flip-flops down on the streets." "Yes, this is who I am." This was this humble, simple neighborhood. People that would live there were different. But this person did not really understand the reason why a person who was mentally sane, such as me, and that was properly dressed, such as I was, could ever be kneeling down, picking up flip-flops down on the streets. That did not make any sense to him at first glance. But then it dawned on him, and he said, well, to each his own. And it's important to get to know other ways of doing things. In those common spaces, you know, the spheres where I circulate, where I come across women in fairs or with men, I engage in conversation, I learn new terms, the ways of doing things. All that is a source of inspiration for me and for my world and for my work. I have a friend, he's a good painter, but he comes down to his studio at 9 a.m. and he leaves at 5 p.m. every day. He spends all day long in his studio, and I said to him, you have to be out there in the world, travel, get to know people, meet new people. He's never changed his style. I've been acquainted to him for 35 years, and he's been doing the same old stuff for the last 35 years. What you say is really important, because artists should be street smart. And artists that take care of movement and imagination, they do need to create problems, create or put up with problems or set up themselves for problems to solve them. I lecture in neurosciences, you know, this is a new field for me. And I was in one of these conferences, and Damasio said that creativity is a feature of our species, of us human beings as a species. I was invited there, but I had to contradict him. I said, if we don't have any creativity, there is no life. If you take the concept of intelligence, the capacity of any organism, whether small or big, to feel and to react. But what makes them survive is creativity, the creative impulse. Any being thing knows something around it, and there is some sort of creativity that has been created to solve problems. Otherwise there wouldn't be any single living being. And we do not just solve problems, but create our own problems. So I believe that people ask questions. I sometimes get myself too complicated. I tell lots of anecdotes and talk about stuff. People don't always have answers to questions. You said it yourself. I remember that opportunity where we were in that exhibition, and the exhibition was quite big. The artist tried to show some idea around an oracle, the society that has a higher understanding. Artists have to have that experience. I get myself in the middle of lots of stories. I went to Bangladesh 4 different times because I wanted to do something with people, because in a refugee center, in a shelter, there's nothing extra but people. There's only people around. And I have this project that I support that is called Atolosha, with this wonderful guy under the name of Max Frieder, and he creates centers of art in refugee shelters. We were able to do this in several locations, in Africa, in Greece, and in Bangladesh. Mainly in Bangladesh, in Syria and in Jordan. But in Bangladesh, it is remarkable because when we Google culture, the only thing that is shown by the system is, the only result is, well, what Max was doing at the time. The Islamic minority that were expelled from Myanmar, well, that didn't even strike the news, you know. There were dozens of dead people, all sorts of atrocities. And as a matter of fact, that refugee site that continues to exist even today used to be a forest with tigers and elephants. And in 8 months, 800,000 people migrated into that location. That's hard to believe. That is the biggest refugee center in human history. And there was almost no tree standing by the time that they had been gone. And what are you doing there? And I say, well, I'm working. I'm grabbing flip-flops because that's my work. My daughter sometimes asks me, what do you do exactly for a living? And I sometimes get all exhausted because she even says, well, what you do is kind of odd. Up until the time they come of age and they understand what is it that you do when you grab flip-flops, or when you are in a refugee shelter and people don't believe that you have taken vacations down on the beach. Well, this is only something you feel when you live in the world rather than aloof from the world, from your own studio. Well, it's a space for life. What you do is, well, occupying, living, opening up spaces for life. I tend to speak for, too long, and I apologize up front. I remember I once went hunting with my father and grandfather. My grandfather had this rule: if you kill the animal, you have to eat the animal up. And I know that I'm not supposed to talk about hunting, but I did that once. I thought I had shot the bird. The dog went to look for it, and it wasn't an edible bird. But my grandfather prepared this parrot, and I would say it tasted yummy. It was really very yummy. And everybody says that I speak a lot. And well, that is because I ate a parrot, so I'm, like a talking head. So what was the deepest thing that someone ever told you about your work? And this is not that simple. It's hard to explain. And I thought about this. The thing that touched me the most when they would talk about my work. This is a person working at the counter of an airline company. I was traveling to the United States, and this was the American Airlines counter. The lady said, "You are Vic Muniz." And she said, "Can I tell you something?" "Yes, please do." I worked for this airline company. I used to be an air hostess. I would work on planes. But my life changed. I got too far from my family, from my daughter, and from my ex-husband. She had a very difficult relationship. She never was able to reestablish her relationship with her daughter. She said, "We once went to an exhibition by you, and it wasn't about a painting, whether it was properly painted or not. We knew how the painting had been done, and information would flow in a horizontal drawing." And so she said, and for the very first time in a long time, I was able to talk with my daughter in front of those pieces, because we were in a neutral land. And, that moves me deeply. And she then said, "We visited your exhibition 4 times, and I wanted to thank you for that. Never did I hear something that was so moving for me, because that place, that place where you feel comfortable, or maybe you don't feel that comfortable, maybe you feel challenged. It's a place that moves you, that touches you, and that puts you into thinking." So that was the point where I understood the words that were spoken by that person.
May I close with a story from my uncle? After many years, I decided to take my son to meet him. He was on his own, and I went over to visit with my son. He was happy to see us. We were talking, and then suddenly he grabs a chair, he puts it in front of us, and he said, "I am pleased to see you here with your son. It's a great gesture, but you know what? I need to apologize to you." I looked at him and I didn't even know what he was referring to or what he was going to say. He told me how things ended amongst us with time. I see it was not right. As I read news of you on the papers, on the media, I realize how big an artist you are. And he said, "I apologize because I wasn't able to see that early on." He said, "I'm glad to see that you're useful to our society." He said he was apologizing and that he was proud to see that my work was relevant to society. Well, of course, I thanked him, but I had totally forgotten about that. He died in 2020, and by the end of since 2021, I've been dedicating all my exhibitions to him. Okay, we have a few minutes left for open conversation. Questions and comments from the audience are welcomed. We have microphones for the room, please. Thank you for your presentation. Now, if we reflect on comments made about granting access to art to all people who are not used to visiting museums, and as Nu stated, from the African neglected continent, from Africa that is not considered as a sort of modern art, as a source of modern art. And after hearing you speak of the work in the Brazilian museum, I want to hear your opinion about the destruction of African cultural heritage. Goods that are now found outside Africa. Brazil, because of lack of resources, may prevent the general population to have access to the cultural heritage assets from Africa. Thank you for your question. The situation is very complex. Indeed, it's not just a matter of restoring to their original location the works of art that are scattered around the world. There are open processes for the return of assets. Some countries are already receiving back some of the works of art that had been stolen. And new museums in Africa are being built to receive the works of art that are being returned. But not all countries in the African continent are able to do so. There are some countries where there is ambiguity about it because of issues raised, because of questions whether the works should be truly returned to countries that do not have the capabilities to preserve. In that case, if the receiving country is not able to preserve the works, then they should remain where they are. So the question is it worth returning assets to countries that cannot preserve? I can tell you about my country. The Guinea-Bissau does not have any museum at all. After the wars in the country, no museum has ever been built. When I first came to Brazil, I started identifying pieces from Guinea-Bissau that are preserved and saved in Brazil. The museum owners tell me that these are works that they have purchased. They didn't tell me from where. I just have the name of the person who sold it to them. Time went by, and in 2023 we prepared the biennial of Guinea-Bissau, and I was asked to draw the logo of the biennial, and I remembered that work of art that I had seen in Brazil that came from Guinea-Bissau. So I searched on my phone for the picture of it. The creative process of that logo led me to discover that that piece I found in Sao Paulo Museum is a very rare secular piece from Guinea-Bissau. I searched in books, I spoke to experts in Guinea-Bissau. It was in history books of our country. And so we went back to look for that piece. After some back and forth, we learned who the buyer, the sellers of that piece had been. Unfortunately, the owner died, but we don't have a place to preserve that piece in Guinea-Bissau. So for the time being, it should remain in Brazil. The process is long. You know, discovering assets from your country scattered throughout the world is amazing. For example, in a museum in Berlin, I was looking at the assets they portray. I asked the manager of the museum, "When are you returning these?" He laughed back at me. Now a new manager has taken role, but they have this stock, large stock of items from Africa. But beyond that, there's introspective work that must be done first by the holders of such pieces. And they should also tell the truth about the pieces they hold, because otherwise the pieces will remain hidden. But is it that we leave the pieces in those countries to be well preserved so that they don't get ruined in their country of origin? Well, I wouldn't agree on that. That's not what I like. But it would be great to have an inventory of those pieces, know where they are, and if they are available for being returned, so that whenever it is possible and a museum in Africa can receive it, then the return process should be started. That's what I support. But that's part of the Guinea-Bissau ambiguity. Returns are rare. There was one case from the US where during the Iran war, some works of art were taken to the United States and later these were returned. Works of art should always be deployed within their natural context of origin. It is a paradox. We live in the era of complete access to information, and from that it is hard to give an opinion. But going back to the Industrial Revolution, even before that, no, I always wonder, what would our view be of those cultures? You're right, we know so little of Africa. For example, there were people in Africa who used to be more wealthy than Elon Musk, but they were in Africa, so they are unknown. We know so little, and we would know less of it if that heritage were not available to study elsewhere in the world. It's a contradiction. It's the colonialist perspective, how those items ended where they are today. It would be wonderful if we could exchange items. If those items could circulate around in a network of museums, it would be wonderful too. It would be a revolutionary, advanced measure, like the people of Benin who casted works on metals. If the crimes they had committed were not studied and explained, how would we know of them? Because we're speak here of a privileged position. Preservation is essential. As the museum that caught on fire, I was telling you, it's a nasty matter. The other day I told someone I like zoos. If you write a post on that today, you're gonna be cancelled, but there are different types of zoos. I love nature, but I wouldn't be able to love it this much if I had not ever seen a botanical garden. Not everyone can go to Africa and see a giraffe or a rhinoceros. It's a matter of promoting culture and physical experience. It's hard to imagine. It's a different perspective. It's hard to have an opinion. The Victoria and Albert Museum is a museum of copies from a colonialist perspective. Well, they only hold copies, but they are copies. The Trojan column, you know, they keep a copy of that column right there in the Victoria and Albert Museum. The Renaissance, you can learn about it through pictures, and that's in the Victoria and Albert Knowledge Museum. That did not affect or impact the origin of those objects. If those objects were not copied, we wouldn't have learned of them through the museum.
No, yo iba a decir algo que puede parecer utópico o irrealizable, pero hay una realidad que es cierta, que
I know it may sound utopical, but where they are, those items where they are well cared for, and there is no guarantee that they will be taken care of in the place of origin. What France returned to Benin is a minimum part of what they hold. There should be an international movement that proposed that countries that hold those items should pay back to the originating country so they can keep part of the assets but then pay back some money. If someone proposed this at the UN, it would be great, but here it doesn't have any value. The complex thing about it is precisely that. who pays for that? And then further on, we may wonder about preservation. You know, in France, there's still a lot to be done. There's a museum, indeed, that has a historical series. It's a slow process. It takes time. Time goes by. People die, and then things become more complex. So I believe, and Aníbal, your idea is really relevant. I hope your idea is heard by the right people. It is the responsibility of Africans to educate future generations. It's the work that must be done by people who are interested in recovering items that have been stolen, items that used to belong to Africa. It's an idea of reparation. When the flow of the Nile had to be managed to create an artificial lake, that took time, and there was a commission brought about to come up with a very feasible solution. So, in that protected area, whoever comes in with money can do things. It takes time. Paris, at the Louvre, when that artificial lake was created, the items were removed and taken to the Louvre. If it had not been for the Louvre, the items would have been lost.
Entendeu? Quando assim, eu mesmo quando eu penso.
It was thought of thoroughly before it was done, before flooding the valley of the Nile. Items were recovered, but there should be a way of paying back for them.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today. Tomorrow at 3:30? Yes, 3:30 p.m. we shall resume activities.
15:30, que va a haber 3 mesas muy
We will hold 3 very interesting panels. Thanks again for joining us, and we meet again tomorrow. Thank you.